Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to the 2026 USA Powerlifting Collegiate National Championships. We are in New Orleans, Louisiana here, and this is day 2, session 2. This session will feature athletes across our men's equipped 67.5 and 75 and our men's raw 75 kilo lifters. My name is Tia, and I will be your commentator today. I am here with...
Hi, I'm Abby.
And we're excited to help take you through this day of powerlifting and show you the excitement and joy of our sport today. We are set to get started here at 1:30 briefly, and they are currently loading all the platforms up, and we'll get started right away at when the time clock sets in. And just like that, we have hit our 1:30. We're getting the crowd loud, and we are going to get started here. Bars have been called loaded for the platforms, I believe, and we will see our first athletes momentarily. All right, looks like our first squat's gonna come over from platform 2. Starting off strong with 200. They're gonna fix the front plate of the rack on platform 1. Looks like maybe they weren't quite ready over there, but everybody else is getting started. And that should be a good first squat for our session. Always good to get the first one in. You can see he got one light for blue. Could be up and down motion a little bit, maybe a little bit of a lean at the bottom as he went up, but looked clean to me, so. Good lifts on 3 and 4 as well, so glad to see athletes getting their openers in and being successful thus far. So what we're looking for today is on platform 1, it looks like we're going to have all of those men's raw 75s. On platform 2, we're going to have more men's raw 75s. This is a big class. That top flight of men's raw 75s will be on platform 2, flight 2. So those are the big people that are seeded to get medals. Of course, anybody from any flight or platform can win a medal, but the expected medalists are in that second session on platform 2. And then on platform 3, we are going to have our men's equipped 75s and men's equipped 67.5s. And then on 4, we have a back and forth mixture of both in the first flight and the more men's raw 75s in the second flight. this men's Raw 75 class, just looking at those numbers, I hadn't looked at this before, but it looks absolutely massive. I'm curious as to how many athletes are in this session that are in that men's Raw 75 class. There is 76 of them, so they fill out almost the whole session by themselves. We saw Trevor fail an opener over on platform 3. He kind of shook his head, gave up at the bottom, wasn't quite worth it. He was already off balance. You could see he was an equipped lifter, so I think he just kind of misgrooved with the squat suit a little bit there. They have to kind of fight against that. It's a whole different battle. There's a different attempt selection for them with their openers and whatnot. I think he kind of almost maybe cut depth a little bit on that and then realized he was cutting depth, so he tried to go down more, and then that went wrong for him. But he can come back out and retake that for his opener. Good opener on 1 for Hunter. Got Brandon with a 205 as well on platform 3. That should be good. Starting off kind of slow here, but the session will get faster as they go. Got a little bit of a break in between the first and second sessions, so sometimes when you have a break, it can start off a little sluggish as far as spotters and loaders go, but we'll get back quick on track. Could be a long session. All the flights are rather full, so stick with us throughout the day and we'll show you some good powerlifting. Noah does well fighting against the suit to get down, but he finds that bottom position real nice and pops out of it. He does get 1 red card on the side from the judge. That is a depth card, but he got 2 out of 3, so it's a good lift. So all you need is a majority decision. That's why there's 3 referees. Nicholas on 2 has kind of a really wide stance. His feet are almost kind of at the end. Something fell off of him there. I'm not quite sure what it was. Maybe just his wristband or something for the session, but didn't affect his squat, so good maintained composure. But he does miss that lift forward depth. You can already hear that the teams are loud and cheering for their teammates here. Collegiate Nationals is one of the only powerlifting events that is built around a team scoring focus. So athletes are here not just competing to win their own weight class, which of course they are, but within winning their own weight class, they also care about placements, not just first or second, but every spot down earns you different points for your team, and you want to compete and give your team as many points as you can. And if you're following along for a specific athlete, you can find all of the live results and the lifting order on LiftingCast.com. You can just go to there and click on, for the meet, click on the USA Powerlifting Day 2. And if you're wanting to follow along for a whole team and team scoring is updated at the conclusion of every session on scoring.usapowerlifting.com. It does take a little bit to get those updated after the end of every session, but they try to update it in between every session. So at the very least, it should be reset at the end of every day. And then the team scoring championships will be determined as by the results from the entire weekend. So that will be determined on Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon after the conclusion of that heavyweight men's session. But individual championships are, of course, determined right now. So as we said, we have that men's Raw 75 title up for grabs and that men's Equip 67.5 and 75 title up for grabs as well as All-American spots for placers 1 through 3 and medals for place finishers 1 through 5.
Looks like we have a no lift here on platform 3 for Nicholas.
That was a smooth, fast opener for Dan on platform 1. Playing a little conservative with that opener. It kind of looks like it definitely has a lot more in the tank. Athletes, of course, do want to pick an opener that they can do easily. You want to tell us a little bit about the attempt selection and how athletes might navigate that?
Yes. I know for me personally as an athlete, the first attempt is something that you know you are able to hit. You don't want to run into the risk of maybe bombing out. So the first attempt is definitely something that you want to be able to hit. It also gives you a good idea of how much you might want to go up for your second and maybe your third. So athletes are definitely looking for the first one to fly a little bit more than the rest of them. That way they can have a good second and third attempts a little bit higher.
Yeah, there's usually going to be a game plan for the whole day. They get 9 attempts, 3 on each lift, squat, bench, and deadlift, and they're going to have a game plan for the whole day, usually written out. Their coaches or handlers will have it. There are some athletes that handle themselves and just kind of have to play it by ear. But what they do is they can adjust that plan because you don't turn in all your attempts ahead of time. You only turn in your openers, but you also can adjust your openers later if your warm-ups are bad within the allotted time range. But they can adjust that plan based on how their opener goes. So you want your opener to be something easy and something that you can hit, but you also don't want it to be too light because you want it to be able to give you a good judgment of what you might be able to hit on your second and even possibly your third. If your opener's too light and you're like, let me take a big jumps can throw you off sometimes. So you don't want your opener to be like nothing either.
A very interesting setup for Henry, but he made his first attempt move pretty well.
And missing on depth from the side judges over on platform 4. We've mostly seen a lot of success so far in this session, but that's what you would expect to see. We're still on openers of this first flights on all 4 platforms. All 4 seem to be moving along at a pretty even pace, which is nice.
We have another no lift here on platform 3, struggling with his opener.
Yeah, and platform 3 is where we do have some of those equipped athletes. I think it's more common for equipped athletes to miss their openers than raw athletes, especially on squat and bench, and that's just because, again, they're fighting against the equipment and their lifts are usually a little bit heavier, so it's easier to kind of lose control of them or maybe not be as certain in what you can or cannot hit on any given day. That looks excellent for Andrew on platform 1. Seems to be nice depth and a nice position throughout the whole squat. Ronald on 4, he kind of turned a little bit as he lifted. His bar path shifted that's allowed. You can kind of move side to side, front, back. You just can't take your squat up and down, and he definitely didn't do that. So he gets the good lift recorded, but he should also be careful with picking his next attempt, because when it starts to kind of helicopter around and go forward a little bit, it's easy to lose it. So with a heavier weight, he's going to have to really control it on his next attempt.
A really solid opener for Jack over on platform 1.
Yeah, and you see that already, even though we're just at the beginning of these slides, these athletes are lifting so much that we are double squatting both sides. They usually kind of start that at the 225 mark where they have the 4 reds on, just to make sure that we are focusing on athletes and spotter safety. It can be dangerous to spot if it's a really heavy lift as well. So shout out to them, because it's not an easy job, and they're doing great work, and they've been here all day, and they'll be here all weekend. Much like the referees, a lot of the referees are going to kind of work 11 sessions in a row, but they get shuffled around in positions, of course, so that they can maintain focus and composure. But they do a lot of work throughout the weekend, and as well as the spotters and everybody here making this event possible. There's over 1,200 lifters competing at Collegiate Nationals. It's been a huge event the last couple of years, and it's growing and getting bigger and more prestigious every year. So to put together an event like this takes a lot of coordination and a lot of volunteer time from different spots of people.
Platform 2, reattempting his opener for a second attempt after a depth call from both the middle and the side judge. Quite a bit of a grind there on platform 3. Definitely a slower opener than he would have hoped for.
But on platform 4, that popped right up. You could see it kind of wiggle on his shoulders because he had a lot of extra power through the top with the bar. So he's definitely got some room to go up on attempts 2 and 3.
Will on platform 3 with a really big opener here for the 75 equipped weight class.
And he is our last lifter in this flight. He is seated, or based on opening attempts, he's forecasted in first place.
And no lifter on platform 4.
And just that opener was almost, or it was 32.5 kilos higher than the lifter before him. So building a big lead right off the bat. You're gonna have Noah on platform 2. He chose to go up after missing his opener. Athletes can choose to go up after they miss an attempt. They get to select their weights. They just cannot go down. It is a risk and reward to go up. If he got the first one, this is probably what he would have taken as his second. So he just decided to take his second anyway. He got a tech call in the first one, likely. He gets that up. That moves quite nicely.
It's the Cheetos singlet.
And he gets that lift in, so rewarded for that risky decision.
It's definitely the Cheez-It singlet. Cheetos. My apologies, the Cheetos singlet.
All right, Hunter, platform 1, second attempt, 195.
Platform 3, Trevor's reattempting 205 after failing it on as his opener.
It's easy for Hunter as well.
We're seeing a lot of different sized jumps out here between the athletes,
Just
as how much they choose to go up. Seems like definitely a wide variety. I've seen 2.5 all the way up to 12. We're definitely in the middle weight class where that starts to tend to happen. Our smaller athletes tend to take smaller jumps, about 5 to 7 kilos. And then as we get farther down into Saturday night and into Sunday, we start to see a lot bigger jumps for our more heavyweight athletes. So we're seeing a lot of middle of the pack jumps here as we get started.
I think that some of the varying jump sizes also can be affected by whether you're raw or equipped, because a lot of times equipped lifters will take bigger jumps than raw lifters because they might be able to utilize their suit a little bit more to make that bigger jump.
Another reattempt on platform 4 after a depth call on his first attempt at 175.
See if he can get it a little bit lower on 4. I don't think so.
It looked a little high.
Yeah, and the referees agree he does get 3 red cards for that. It moves well, so he definitely would be able to get it up. It's just a question of whether he can hit that bottom position or not. And the depth standard in USAPL is, it's not subjective. It is, there's a clear defined line of the lifter needs to get their hip crease below their knee joint in order for that to be considered depth.
There's a big grind there on platform 2, but unfortunately it'll be a no lift for him.
Yeah, on platform 1 from Devin, that lift was good. It was nice. It wasn't slow as a fight. It was slow because it was controlled. So I think that that's a good attempt for him, and I think he'll be able to hopefully get a bigger third.
Being able to control the weight and control your brace all the way down and out of the hole is important here for these athletes as they're squatting. Want to make sure that brace is tight all the way through.
Yeah,
Platform 2 lost his brace there at the bottom of that squat.
That's definitely what it was. It was just a bracing issue. You could see he kind of hit the bottom and fell into that position, losing tension at the bottom.
Platform 3, unfortunately another miss on 235. Hoping to clean that up before his third attempt.
Yeah, in his first attempt, it looks like it was a true miss as well as that second. So
good fight on platform 4.
on platform 2, he kind of fell forward. One of the biggest reasons for failure in squat isn't necessarily the fact that the lifter doesn't have enough muscle to get the squat done. It's just that they can get off balance a little bit, and if you get off balance, then you might not have enough muscle to correct that position and get the squat up at the same time. Platform 4, let's see what the judges say about that. They give him 3 white lights, good lift. He'll be happy with that and move to the third.
Again, another reattempt on platform 3 for Caden at 250 kilos. First one looked like he missed it completely, so we'll see what he does here for his second.
That was a good fight for a second attempt for Brandon on platform 2. Probably have to take a little bit of a smaller jump for the third because of how slow that was. Or probably stay at the same since they gave him a depth call for that as well.
Caden definitely running down his clock before he comes out.
Yeah, talking about clocks, when the bar is called loaded for the athlete, they get 60 seconds to get the start command. They do not have to start their lift, they have to get the command from the head referee in order for that to be considered a time, and then they obviously have to complete their lift. If they don't get the start command within that 60 seconds, they will time out. We did have a couple athletes time out in the morning session today. It can be accidental or intentional. Sometimes athletes will choose to time out instead of scratching a lift. But yeah, you don't want to stress your coach out too much by running your clock down too far. I was at the score table yesterday, and one of the coaches was kind of sassing at their lifter that they pulled their deadlift with 2 or 3 seconds left on the clock because their walkout took so long. Very deep of a squat from Henry on platform 1. Okay, got some yellows on that. I'm wondering if he kind of missed the command to re-rack or to start, because it looked, other than that, pretty technically sound.
It's super smooth, the second squat on platform 2.
We are on second attempts now, so you're going to see a couple more misses than we did on openers, likely. But as we've talked about with the strategy for attempt selection, your opener is something you can make any day. Your second lift is probably something that you should make most days, even if you're not, even if you're a little bit off, even if it's hard. And then your third attempt is probably usually you going for near or at or above your PR. So the third attempts are where it gets a little bit dicey sometimes, but most of the second attempts should be made. But again, they're usually heavier than the openers, so you see a couple more misses, but mostly successes so far. So that's good to see, because as we like to talk about in powerlifting, sometimes success can be contagious. Depth call on platform 4.
Josh on platform 2 making a 15-kilo jump after a depth call on his first squat.
Good fight on platform 3 for Daniel. Did well to just stay with it, keep it moving at a constant pace.
What is the technique here with this 1 bar straight and 1 bar slanted that a lot of these equipped lifters are hitting?
Yeah, so it is more common for equipped lifters to use racks in versus racks out compared to raw lifting, and the reason is because of how heavy it is, and the walkouts are just a little bit harder. A lot of equipped lifters can tend to hit the rack a little bit, and so they'll go racks in to avoid hitting the rack, but having the racks in can make it a little bit more unstable. The bar slides around a little bit more before you pick it up when the racks are in. So some lifters really like to go one up and one in order to both stabilize the rack a little bit and get the rack to be a little bit skinnier and out of the way for the walkout. However, in my opinion, when you have one out and one in, it starts you crooked. And it starts you crooked, and then your squat like leans a little bit from the beginning. So that is the detriment to using that unorthodox technique.
And no lift on platform 3 after reattempting 25. He did not get that.
Yeah, so we did move to third attempts already on platform 2. We have one more second attempt left on platform 1 and a couple more left on 3 and 4. But moving along nicely. Of course, we do have a second flight after this where they'll get to do openers, seconds, and thirds. Cohen just kind of missed on strength there a little bit too much. Got stuck at the bottom. We'll see on platform 3 if the judges like that depth. They did not.
Really strong second on platform 4. He seemed really happy with that one.
Juan missed his opener. He's really going to want to hit the second so that he doesn't put himself in an even worse situation.
Really good grind out of the hole there on platform 2 by Nicholas. We'll see what the judges say, but that should be good.
You see Zachary on platform 1 chose to just go up 2.5. But that probably attempt selection strategy there is probably just his second was honestly hard, and he admits that to his coach, or his coach was able to visually see that, and they're able to just say, hey, this is a stacked class and there's a lot of people in it. At the end of the day, 2.5 kilos would make a big difference, so let's just try and get anything we can, and that 2.5 was just too much for him today. But the benefit of that is if he would have gotten it, he would have gotten an extra 2.5 kilos, and if he misses it, he doesn't lose much.
I also want to mention with Zachary, he's squatted all 3 of his attempts with no belt, which is something that you don't usually see out on the collegiate stage.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you don't usually see. The belt can help lifters maintain a better brace during their lift. It's kind of a tactile reminder to brace and to hold that position at the bottom. Sometimes belts can even cue in lifters when they feel it hit their leg a little bit to help them find a depth cue. But not having a belt on is, you can obviously still squat. He did get a great job. He got 2 of his lifts. But it definitely seems like he's giving himself a disadvantage by not using the equipment that you're allowed to use to help you. Very shaky walkout on platform 3 from Will. Was leaning to the side the whole time, but got it up just fine, so it's all right. And that's 320.5, so that means that's a national record.
A really, really strong and smooth third on platform 4 for Ty. It was really good. Good way to end that. Following him on platform 4, we have Edward hoping to hit 175 for his third after he's missed it his first and second attempt due to depth. If he doesn't make this, it will result in a bomb out, which means that the athlete's score no longer counts for them or their team.
Yeah, and that record we just saw broken on platform 3 was, Will did 320.5, so he chipped the national record. The national record was 320 by Jordan Dunn. all the way back at Collegiate Nationals in 2013. So that record stood for 13 years, which a lot of the national records that we are seeing broken are being broken after they had been set last year or maybe the year before in Atlanta. But so they don't always stand for that long because collegiate powerlifting is so competitive and there's so many athletes at the top that are looking to challenge each other and constantly get better. And oftentimes some of the records that are being broken are athletes breaking their own records as well, which means that they're less likely to obviously last longer if that athlete is still competing. All right, Hunter goes up to 205 on platform 1, where we are taking third attempts. And again, kind of looks like nothing for him. Goes 3 for 3 on the squat.
Having some pretty consistent no lifts over on platform 4.
Steven on 4, looking to make the lift of the last couple and have missed it, as you mentioned, with 400 pounds on his back. Small fight to get out of the bottom position, but other than that, it was really fast and really smooth, and he gets himself 3 white lights. We have a retake on platform 2.
A bit of a grind there on platform 3.
See what the judges say about that. 2-1, good lift. Okay, the one side judge thought it was deep. The other 2 liked it, so it's a good lift. All right, Noah, back on platform 2.
Cheeto singlet.
He's gonna do 235 kilos.
A huge grind out of that hole. We'll see what the judges say for Noah. And it's good.
Yeah, left side judge gave him a blue card. That's just gonna be, thought maybe there was a little bit of up and down. The other 2 judges disagree, so that's a good lift right there. And one to definitely be proud of because that was a fight. Speaking of fights, Raven on 1. That was a good fight as well. 210, no lift, not low enough.
Another good fight on platform 4 by Alex.
We're seeing a lot of good fights on these third attempts here. The men seem to be doing a good job of fighting through some lifts that could be easy to give up on.
Unfortunately, that was no lift there for Alex. Both called for depth and also a blue card, probably for lockout or bouncing.
Nicholas needs this lift. Made the smart decision to stay at 235 after he missed his opener. Stays there again. Just got to get. Oh, yeah. He feels so relieved right now, but I guarantee he's thinking, why didn't I do that the first time? He got a yellow card. I'm not sure 100% what that would have been for. Yeah. we can't hear the judges from back here, so it's a little bit hard to tell if he jumped the commands or what, but he had the depth, he had a clean squat up, so it's definitely a tech call.
Yeah, a little confusion from me here also. I would have thought that was going to be good.
Yeah, they told us last year when they gave us commentary orientation when I commentated for the first time, and they said you don't have to agree with the judges, and I don't agree with the judges.
I don't either on that one.
The only thing I would have agreed with was if it was the commands, but usually the center judge would give a yellow light for that too because they're the ones giving the commands.
Exactly. A good fight, but not fully there today by Talon on platform 4.
Ignacio on 3 almost got through it. He was kind of right there, but just misses that lift. But he got his opener, so he's in the competition. He just has to make up some of that ground later for missing those other lifts.
A great grind on platform 2.
Incredible fights from lifters across the board. Good lift for Alexander on 2.
We're seeing a lot of excitement from these athletes after they are given white lights after incredible grinds. And that'll be a good lift on platform 1.
Yeah, and that was risky because he had missed his second and still gone up. So if he had missed that, he would have only just gotten his opener, but it doesn't matter because he made it, so he gets that third lift.
Ronald on platform 4, shifting to the side a little bit there, causing him to not make that third attempt. And a big smile from Timothy on platform 3, proud of that squat. We'll see what the judges say on that one. Looks like it'll be good for Timothy on platform 3.
A little loss of balance on platform 1 there, kind of caught by the spotters.
The athlete himself looked a little frustrated that the spotters grabbed it from him, but I personally would agree with the judges' decisions that he had already gone down.
Yeah, and a lot of people sometimes don't like the blue card for up and down motion because in theory you made the lift harder on yourself and you were able to complete it anyway. The reason why the blue card mostly exists, in my opinion, is because once the bar goes up and down and the lift is considered no good, it makes it easier for the spotters to decide when or when not to take the bar. If they see downward motion at all, it is well within their entitlement as a spotter to take that bar from the lifter just to keep them safe. So it makes it less blame on the spotters when they take the bar if that bar moves down because of the blue light.
Yeah. Misha from the University of Nebraska getting us started here for flight 2 on platform 2.
That's a squat that should have been left in the warm-up room. That was fabulous. Caden popped really nicely out of that bottom, did a good job of using his suit there. That'll be a good lift. fast moving for Brogan. And he is rewarded with 3 white lights. Gets to celebrate with the crowd.
A reattempt of 270 here on platform 3 after a depth call on his second. Seems to have a little bit of a struggle with depth here, as one of his side judges gave him a depth call on his first squat. Both side and middle judge gave him a depth call on his second. Trevor hoping to make this one look good.
Yeah, and on platform 2, we are moving into the second flight of lifters. This second flight of lifters on platform 2, as I said before, includes those top-seeded dogs that are contending for the medals.
A bit of a grind there for Trevor, but he nods his head, getting that out of the hole. We'll see what the judges say. And it'll be good. UNT, a much smaller school down from North Texas that you do not see very often.
Yeah, you'll see schools from all over, as you notice here. There's over 100 teams across the 4 different divisions, so there's a lot of variety from where these people come from. Everybody came to New Orleans, but they're all from different areas. I know we have lifters from Hawaii here, California, from across the country, New York, basically everywhere. And they, of course, compete for schools that are sometimes far from where they're from.
Platform 3, not even attempting to get that into the hole. Stood up way before depth, shaking his head. And that'll be no lift for him. Will again on platform 3, reattempting that same record of 320.5 kilos after a depth call on his second attempt.
That's that record we talked about has stood for 13 years. He made the lift that time. He just needs to make it better.
Platform 1 and platform 4 joining in on flight 2 with their first attempts.
Gets it up on 3. What do they say?
It'll be good. That is a new record there, broken after 13 years. Platform 3 now getting started on flight 2.
And you saw on platform 2, that lifter kind of tripped as he was unracking the bar, so the spotters brought it back in for him. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to put it back down and re-walk it out. Phenomenal composure to finish that lift like that after kind of stumbling on the walkout for the opener. Maybe raising that heartbeat a little bit, but he got the lift. Should be good, and it is. 3 white lights.
opener there on platform 3 by Logan. I would expect a big jump after that squat.
Clean opener for Vin on platform 1, the Military Academy. And you see over on platforms 1 and 2, we have lifters from like UCLA and Texas A&M, but these D1 schools are competing against everybody because there are no divisions in collegiate powerlifting. Everybody competes against everybody. So you're going to see athletes from big schools and small schools alike, and all the athletes are going to put up a fight for their team. Teams can bring as many people as they would like to that, or as many people as they would like that have qualified to collegiate nationals. However, they may only name 12 to their scoring roster for each division. So a team could bring 12 equipped athletes and 12 raw athletes, and then the top 7 scorers from those 12 nominated lifters will count towards the team total. Earn points by placing in the top 25, and as you move up in placement, you can earn more and more points.
That was a no-lift opener there on platform 4.
Yeah, I've seen a couple kids miss their openers in this session. Not what we like to see. Denarian on 2 is going to open with 252. His hands, I think he kind of lost grip on the bar, honestly. I think he lost his positioning because you saw his hands slide out right before he failed that, so. You saw Evan on platform 2 kind of fake pick up the bar there. Athletes will do that just to kind of feel the weight for a split second on a fraction of their back, so when they pick it up for real, it kind of doesn't surprise them as much. It also helps settle the bar into your back 100% so that it doesn't move when you pick it up. Over on platform 4 really has more of a high bar position, which is uncommon now in powerlifting, but it is a personal preference to the athlete. The advantage with the high bar position is he doesn't have to lean quite as far forward to hold the bar on his back. The disadvantage with the high bar position is it can be a little bit easier to lose balance because you have a longer lever arm, so there's more force from the bar.
little bit of a slow opener there on platform 4 for Carlos. And the judges will actually call him on depth for that squat.
Fight on platform 2. Almost paused it in the middle. Three white lights, the reward.
Robert and there on platform 3. Two judges giving him a call for depth. It seemed like he struggled to get himself into the hole there for his squat, which is why that depth call was given to him. Really strong second there on platform 2. Super easy opener on platform 1.
Kyle's gonna walk out at 207.5 opener. Gets the command. Very low. Leaves no choices for the ref. And that's 3 white lights.
Much narrower stance from Misha on platform 2 than we've seen a lot of the guys squat with.
Three white lights on 1. Two openers remain to be taken on platform 1. Only had one opener missed, so good vibes on platform 1. had to fight at that very top position of the squat, which is a little bit more of an uncommon place to see people struggle. But he got the lift, so props to him because he missed his opener and went up 15 kilos. So high reward for what could have been considered a risky decision. Going up after missing an opener is one of those things in powerlifting where if you make it, everybody thinks, oh, good decision. And if you miss it, everybody's kind of like, what'd you do that for? You missed it the first time. You should have just done the lower weight. So it's kind of a little bit hypocritical almost in the way people react to it. But it really is more of a situational thing about whether you should go up or not. Sometimes on squat or deadlift, I think it might be good if you miss an opener to just go up 2.5. Give your athlete a different number. That first number's in their head. They're thinking, I just missed 242. I don't want to do it again or whatever, you know. I want to do something else. And so if you just go up 2.5, it's basically the same. The opener's supposed to be something they can hit anyways. So it might be some technique that some coaches use just to help their athletes out mentally. Because powerlifting is obviously a strength sport, but strength sports require a lot of mentality.
Yes. Both Platform 1 and Platform 4 chose to go up after both being called on depth after their first.
Both going up 5 kilos. Platform 4 receiving that depth call again. He looks a little bit confused, but all 3 judges agree. Not quite sure what's going on Platform 1. Seems to be some confusion. All 3 referees are out of their seats. They keep walking past my live stream camera.
A really strong opener there on Platform 3 by Jaden, but unfortunately will be called on depth by all 3 judges.
$17.5 kilo jump for Jackson. See how it goes. Oh, yeah. That's a good lift.
A really strong second there by Angel on Platform 3. Probably expect a relatively big jump again to that third.
Still waiting on Platform 1.
Another really strong opener on second attempt on Platform 4. Platform 1 must be something that he's not in control of because his 1-minute timer is definitely over by now.
Yeah, they're definitely having some sort of either technical or equipment issue over there.
Another good lift on Platform 4. A 20 kilo jump here for Tucker on Platform 3.
I do feel bad for Noah with this long pause on platform 1. Athletes expect to go kind of 12 to 15 minutes after their squats at nationals. They practice out this timing, so this delay is going to be hard, especially because he missed his opener. He goes up, so it's double risk situation because you missed your opener and still went up, and now he has to just sit there and wait and think about it for a longer amount of time.
Tucker handled that 20-kilo jump like it was not a big deal to him at all. Unfortunately, he will get 2 blue cards from the judges, probably having something to do with his bar path on the way up.
And it looks like on platform 1, Noah has been awarded a reattempt at the end of the flight. That can be awarded by the referees in events and situations like this where they either improperly kind of loaded the bar for him and he needed extra rest time for that or whatnot. The danger there, though, is he was supposed to be the first athlete to go in the flight. So if he misses that 195 and he has to stay at that 195, he basically has to follow himself. So he will have a couple minutes on his timer. He will not just get if he follows himself, he won't just get a 60-second clock. He has an increased amount of time, but it's still less than an athlete would expect between maximal squat attempts.
Another reattempt for depth by Gavin. I would agree with the judges there. Squat looked a little bit high.
Denton, pressure situation, missed his opener, went up 15. His teammate, Constantine, is over on platform 1.
Evan with a big second squat at 280 kilos. Well over triple his body weight there as a raw lifter.
Yeah, almost at 4 times.
Makes it look good. And it will be good. Eric rocking the sunglasses on platform 3 with a 7.5 kilo jump for a second.
Yeah, I think it's his signature style, actually. I'm pretty sure he had those same shades on last year at Collegiate Nationals.
I agree with you.
They work for him because that was a great squat.
Griffin on platform 4, really needing this squat. He's in danger of bombing out. He's given a depth call on both his opener and his second attempt. He did jump from his first to his second and has decided to stay for his third. See what he does right here.
Oh, he gets it. 2 to 1. Good lift. You saw him, he kind of prayed a little bit when he set it down.
Mike on platform 2 also reattempting his second attempt. Unfortunately, does not get that there. Carlos also needing this third squat here on platform 4. Missed 215 due to a depth call his first attempt. Was yellow carded on his second attempt. We'll see what the judges say. Unfortunately, was called on depth by both of his side judges and will not have that today. Another no lift on platform 3.
Christian missed his opener. Gonna come out and take it again. Smart decision. We'll see if he can get himself on the board.
A really nice third attempt there on platform 4. Really happy about that one.
Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of excitement when these athletes make their third attempt. They work all year to make it here to nationals, so to perform well and make your attempts at nationals, it's what all powerlifters dream of, really, in terms of powerlifting. So
everything is about nationals all year long.
yeah, so the way powerlifters' brains kind of work is you go to your local competition and you go to your local competition to qualify for nationals. And then once you're qualified for nationals, then you're training for nationals. And then once you're at nationals, you get to finally show off all the hard work you put in. A lot of times at a local competition, you might not take all the attempts you want to take or anything because you want to secure that qualifying total. And you also want to give yourself a good foundation to build from, because more than just securing qualifying totals, you want a good qualifying total, because having a good qualifying total can give you an advantage in nationals in the sense that athletes are placed into flight by their qualifying totals. So they're put on a platform in a flight with people with the similar totals with them. So the highest athletes seated-wise will always get to go last on their platform, which gives them an advantage because then they know exactly what everybody else has done and what the number they need to beat is.
Daniel missed his first and is gone up 5 kilos and reattempted here on platform 3. Unfortunately, does not receive the second squat either. Good lift there on platform 4. Another reattempt on platform 1 by Tanner after missing his first squat due to depth.
Johnny, platform 2, he got it up. And he got himself a good lift. Following him is going to be Jake. Jake is going to retake his second squat. Got some yellow cards on that second squat, so I'm guessing he failed it on strength. So he's gonna have to try and come out here and brace a little bit better, have a little bit tighter of a position, and just really press through the floor and into the bar to get it up.
Another no lift for Blake on platform 3. Struggling to hit that weight today.
Yeah, another miss on platform 2. Platform 2, about halfway done with this third flight, or third attempt squats in the second flight. Easy work for Christian on 1. Fast bar speed.
Denton here on platform 4, hoping not to bomb out with this third squat. Was called for depth on his first, went up 15 kilos and did not get it on his second either. Is hoping to secure it here.
Looked lower than the first one.
And it'll be good.
If anybody's noticed, the back spot on platform 4 over there gives the referee a thumbs up every time they finish loading the bar. It's just to let him know. That's all that means.
Another reattempt on platform 3 for Jaden. Reattempting 267.5 kilos. Was called for depth on his first attempt.
Crazy fight on platform 1. Excellent work from Alberto. Let's see what the judges say. They say 3 white lights. Antonio's third attempt looked like it could have been his opener.
Unfortunately, no lift on platform 3 for Angel due to depth.
Another miss on platform 2. Denarian missed his opener, but he got his second, so he's still in the mix in the race here on platform 2 for final medal projections. He is still forecasted in second place, but missing those squats means that he's only forecasted 12 kilos above the person currently forecasted in third, Gavin, who we'll see next. So if Gavin can make his lift there could be a good battle between those two, with Denarian kind of opening that door a little bit by missing 2 of his squats.
A huge fight on platform 2. There might have been a little bit of motion there out of the hole, but we will see what the judges say. They disagree with me.
We talked about Gavin. Gavin's currently seated 3rd to Denarian, and we talked about how Denarian maybe opened the door for him. Well, Gavin could shut that door if he misses this squat, so he needs to make it. 2 calls on depth. He had no judges the first time. He had 1 on his side the second time. Needs to be just a little bit better. We need 1 more white light. And he's not gonna get it. He tried to sink it. Unfortunately, he will not be able to record a total or score for his team, but he will be able to continue on in the competition. You can still see him bench and deadlift.
Gavin just opened the door to a couple of other lifters who will now might do a little bit better than they thought they were going to do coming in here.
Yeah, if you went on projected rankings, now our forecasted 3rd place goes to Aiden. Little bit more of a gap between Aiden and Denarian, but that can always change based on bench or deadlift.
A really nice fight here on platform 3 for Alexander. He's happy about that one.
Last squat on platform 2. Evan missed it on a tech call. Platform 2 will unload the bar and reload it for bench and get set up there, and they'll take a 10-minute break before we go back to flight 1 for our bench openers. Platform 1 is on our 3rd attempt squats. We're just getting started with those. Noah's our first athlete up for those 3rd attempt squats. As we discussed, Noah he was granted a relift at the end of the flight with that 195. He made that 195, so he's following himself. He just went, and now he's going again. But he gets a 4-minute timer in between lifts because he's following himself.
Tyler reattempting 227.5 kilos here on his 3rd after a miss on his 2nd. A good fight out of that hole, but it will not be there for him today. Up next on platform 3, we have Robert, who was called on depth for his 1st squat, then did not make his 2nd, and is looking to now hit his 3rd, or else he will bomb out of this competition. And as we have been talking about, bomb out basically just means he will no longer score points for himself or his team. He will still be able to compete, it just will not really count towards anything. And unfortunately, he does not have that there today. One thing I would like to mention is Midland is ranked pretty high up there for team scoring, and this might cause a little bit of an upset to them depending on who they put on their scoring roster. So we'll see how it all plays out with him bombing out. Noah still has a couple minutes over there on platform 1 before he gets started. Again, on platform 3, we have another athlete hoping to not bomb out with this lift. Missed the first one and the second. Hopefully able to pull it here on his third. Noah's coming out. He's nice and excited on platform 1. Even though he's following himself, he seems to be in a really good mood, really good mindset for this squat. Big smile for Christian on platform 3. We'll see if the judges give that to him. And it'll be good. Noah with an excellent fight there for his third squat. Big smiles, happy about that. Unfortunately, it'll be no lift due to depth from his side judges. Platform 1, we have Constantine. Looks like he had a tech call on his second lift. Decided to go up for his third. And a good lift here on platform 3. Again on platform 3, we have another athlete here hoping not to bomb out. Missed his first squat, decided to jump 5 kilos, missed it again, has decided to stay, and really hoping to get his third lift here. His second attempt was missed due to a tech call. It was a blue carded, probably due to bar path and or locking, his lockout. We'll see what he does here. A really, really good grind out of that hole. Hope the judges did not see any downward movement, and that'll be good. Saved himself there with that last squat. Rick from Concordia, sorry, Midland, not Concordia, reattempting 255 kilos after a tech call in his second. Platform 1, we have Mason with a 10 kilo jump from his second. Fortunately, does not have that there today on platform 1. A little bit of confusion by him. He thinks the spotter grabbed him a little bit too early, looks like. Platform 3, we have yet again another athlete hoping to not bomb out here. Has mixed 260 twice and is hoping to get it here on his third. Unfortunately, that'll be a no lift again there for Blake on platform 3. causing another bomb out for today.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate to see lifters bomb out like that. It just, because like we talked about, when you're a powerlifter, you work all year for nationals. So for that to happen at the national meet is quite sad. But again, he can still bench and deadlift if he so chooses. He does not have to, but he will not record a total.
Case here on platform 3, re-attempting 262.5 kilos for his final attempt. And we have platform 4 joining us, starting their bench here in just a little bit. Up first will be Alex, opening with 80 kilos. A good fight for Case. We'll see what the judges say. It'll be good there for Case on platform 3. A big lift on platform 3, 272.5 kilos, 600 pounds. Really slow on the down. Unfortunately, does not have that out of the hole today. Alex getting us started with a nice and easy bench over on platform 4. Another no lift on platform 1.
Jaden went up 27.5 kilos. I think this maybe was his planned third. He missed his opener, so he retook it, but maybe took a bigger jump because of that. Just gets stuck at the bottom. Doesn't really get any pop from the suit that time.
Unfortunately, there was a depth pull there on platform 1. It looked like a good lift, but not low enough.
Yeah, we're getting ready to start back up again on platform 2. Our first lifter is going to be Brandon. He's going to do 122.5 to get us started off with bench on platform 2.
Platform 3, just finished with the squat. Get ready for bench here in a little bit. Some really good openers here for bench. And a good third squat there on platform 1.
A little bit of a messy session so far with some of the squats. But we have a couple kids on one who are looking to get all three of them. Ariane was successful. Jared, Christian, and Alberto will all try to repeat that feat and go 3 for 3 on squat. Last couple squats are gonna be up next on platform 1. We do have a reattempt at the end of the flight for Mason, has been granted. 207.5 will be taken at the end of the flight. That's the only time the bar will ever be loaded in a non-progressive manner, is if there's a retake at the end of the flight, in which case the lifters can have the bar go down in weight.
Platform 4, we have Ronald opening with 105 kilos.
And that timer on platform 3 is at about 6.5 minutes still, so quite some time there before we get started. And the spotters kind of cleaned the bench surface off there on platform 4. I think maybe it's just getting a little bit chalky over there. Lifters will chalk their back so that they can have a better connection point with the bench, so they don't slide when they use their legs. A lot of people think leg drive should be up, but leg drive is actually horizontal, which is why the lifters would slide on the bench the way they do.
With that leg drive, and sometimes a little bit of confusion between the horizontal and or up, the judges are making sure and looking for that butt to stay on the bench. There are 3 main contact points on the bench, and that's the shoulders, your butt, and your heels have to stay where they are from the time you get the start command to the time you get the rack.
Yeah, and your feet can slide on the floor. That's okay. Foot movement is permitted in any direction as long as your feet don't come off of the floor. And that also is determined as by the natural curve of the shoe. So if your shoe has a little bit of curve, obviously your foot's going to be a tiny bit off the floor, but that's to the referee's discretion.
also might notice a couple of the athletes talking to that head spotter before they start their bench. With bench, an athlete is allowed to have what's called a lift-off, meaning that the head spotter will kind of help guide the bar with them, just so that bar is set where the athlete wants it before the athlete actually starts their bench. It is completely up to the athlete whether they choose to have a lift-off or not. Doesn't really provide any sort of advantage. It's just a little bit of a guide till the bar is set where the athlete wants it.
Having a lift off, the advantage it provides is it can save the athlete energy in the sense that they don't have to pick it up and get it over the little clips on the bench rack, which can sometimes be hard to get the rack out of far enough under the bar in order to clear that. The disadvantage is having a handoff can be inconsistent because every person who does it is going to do it differently, and certain athletes are very picky about their handoffs. So if you're really picky about your handoff, what you probably really need to do is learn to do a self handoff so you can do it exactly the same way every time, because at practice you can obviously pick your person who does your handoff. It can be your coach, your training partner, whoever you want it to be. At a national level competition like this, when they have pre-assigned spotting and loading crews, you don't get to pick your handoff. You have to make it work from whoever you're getting it from.
Yeah. Some of those picky athletes is why you see them talking to that head judge for a little bit longer, a little bit more. Example, platform 4 here, he's making sure he gets that handoff the way he wants it.
Yeah, and athletes do have a whole minute, so it is wise to kind of tell them how you want it done, or even just when you want it done, whether it's on the count of 3, whether it's when you shake your head.
Me personally, I am a shake my head and countdown person. I will shake my head and then I still want you to count down even though I know I'm ready.
I just say go. Very aggressively sometimes. That's a nice lift for Alex. Biggest squat on platform 1. We have one more. It's a reattempt. We'll take that weight down to 207.5 for Mason. I'm not sure I missed the reason why he was granted a reattempt, but he gets to go again, and it's his 3rd attempt, so if he thinks he can do it, why not? Some athletes, when they have situations where they are granted a reattempt, they can elect not to take it, because if they went for a maximal attempt and they almost failed or something and the spotters grabbed it a little bit too early and then they said they could have a reattempt, well, if you just fatigued yourself, it might not be worth it spending the extra energy to hit a lift you're not going to make. But sometimes if like the bar was misloaded and you think you could get it, which is another reason for a reattempt, then you should absolutely go for it because you need those extra kilos. He could add 10 kilos onto his total here by taking this reattempt. And in a class as big as the 75 kilo class, 10 kilos is important. We said 2.5 is important. 10 kilos is 4 times as important as 2.5.
Yes, Mason here is doing a reattempt because he thought the bar was grabbed too early. He went and talked to the head judge about that one.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like that was a good call on his part to fight for that one. Let's see what the judges say.
Yeah, he thanks the spotters and apologizes for accusing them of taking it too early, but he was right because he was granted the reattempt and they give him 3 white lights. That's a good lift.
It is.
And platform 1 will take a 10-minute break and move to bench.
And platform 3 will join us for bench with their first athlete, Aiden, benching 110. We got Noah with the Cheetos out here opening with 170.
to hold it for a second at the top there before he got that rec command, but I think it's just because he was shaking. The referee wasn't quite sure if his arms were locked out or not and wanted to make sure they were, but he got the command eventually and he got a good lift in, so can't ask for more.
It's a good second there on platform 4 for Tristan.
Nice strong press from Brandon. I think he should at least match that 5 kilo jump. Starting seconds on platform 2. All but one athlete's making that opener.
Really good opener there. Platform 3 by Ignacio. Fight there on Charles' second on platform 4. He did receive one blue card from a side judge due to his bar path.
Yeah, it's just going to be up and down a little bit. He can go side to side, but up and down is going to be a problem. On platform 3 with that 135, we are just below the 300-pound mark. About as close as you can get to it in kilos. You got to get over it, 137 and a half. He definitely will because this is just his opener. Slow and steady on the way down, fights the bench shirt. Kind of pops that right side on the way up a little bit. Had a little double lock with the elbows, kind of got a little stuck. And all 3 judges are going to give him that blue light. So he's going to be a no lift. But it started to move so fast, it might have caught him a little bit by surprise. I don't think it should be a problem for him to come out and retake it.
You also see here that not every equipped lifter is choosing to use a bench shirt for their opening bench.
Yeah, and so the reason for that is in equipment, you're obviously choosing to kind of fight against that shirt. So if you're a little bit of a newer equipped lifter or maybe trying out a new shirt because they're all different a little bit, or maybe cut down a weight class, your shirt doesn't fit you quite as well anymore, you might take your opener raw and then transition into equipment for your second or your third just to make sure you get an attempt in, even if it has to be raw, and then take a big jump and move to equipment for second or third. But there also is, in general, less athletes who do equipped. So sometimes athletes who compete raw will decide, oh, maybe I'll place better in the equipped division. So they start training it and they register and equipped, and they can use the equipment that they feel benefits them. And if they haven't figured out anything else, they can just do all the lifts raw. I don't know that that's the case necessarily for any of the athletes in this session, but it does happen. And I do know people that have registered for equipped at national meets because they thought that they could place better in it.
Is it possible for an athlete to say they're equipped and compete every single squat, like squat, bench, and deadlift as a raw lifter?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. I know a kid who did it.
It's kind of crazy to me.
Sometimes it's about just what qualifying total they can get as well for the meet. You can kind of think of the equipment like this. They have a squat suit, they have bench shirts, they have deadlift suits, they have knee wraps, and they can use them. Just like in raw, we have belts, knee sleeves, wrist straps, and we can use those, but we don't have to.
That's a good way to look at it. Fortunately, that's a no lift there on platform 4 for his second attempt. Platform 3 getting into some pretty big opener bench numbers. Trevor taking 157.5, which is almost 350 pounds. 347 to be exact. That'll be a good bench for both platform 3 and platform 4.
Yeah, on platform 3, that middle judge gave a blue light, which is that up and down with the bar. I wonder if that maybe was more an up and down, if he was kind of looking at his elbows. They kind of flexed a little bit at the ends, just a smidge.
Brogan setting himself apart from the rest of his flight pretty early with a 17.5 kilo difference from the person in front of him. However, there are some bigger benches to follow. Brogan. So, getting into some big benches over here on platform 3. Timothy with a 185 kilo bench attempt, which is 407 pounds. A really smooth second attempt on platform 4. However, the middle judge is going to call in on bar path. Brady on platform 4 with a reattempt, and it was good. A reattempt on platform 4 here for Alex. Missed 87.5 on his second due to tech calls. Really fighting that lockout there. We'll see if the judges give it that to him or not. And it'll be good.
Yeah, that middle judge did not like that lockout. That's what that blue was for. That's just for the elbows. Sometimes in the way the lifters grip the bar with their wrists out wide, it can make their elbows look a little bit bent just because of the muscle striations created by a grip. But it can also make them stronger, so
A really smooth third bench there on platform 2 by Brandon.
see Mason on platform 2 missed his second. He went up to 137.5 to cross that 300-pound mark on the retake. He gets it up. And he gets the lift. 3 white lights.
No, on platform 3, choosing to go up 5 kilos after missing the 135 due to his bar pass. Looked to move pretty smoothly for him there.
Noah gonna do 140 after missing 135.
Edward on platform 4, currently reattempting 112. Really good control on the way down.
Good success with the openers so far for everybody on platform 1. Love to see it.
Great control for Edward on the way down. Just doesn't quite have the up yet with that bench suit. Another reattempt here on platform 4 by Aaron. He'll be reattempting 115 kilos.
Bar was slow but steady for Sean. Got that 140, went up 7.5 kilos.
A really good fight there for Aaron on platform 4. Unfortunately, 2 of the judges will call a no lift there. Ty on platform 4. Currently no red lights at all. Hoping to keep that streak alive for this third bench. 117.5 kilos, 259 pounds. Made it pretty smooth.
Sticking point in the middle, but it was more of a pause, so he gets the lift.
Nicholas on platform 2, hoping not to bomb out here on his bench.
In danger and under pressure. Vicky did a nice job with that. And he gets 3 white lights.
Pressure got to him and he made it happen.
Easy for Neil on 1. Little warm up for the second attempt. Reattempt on platform 2. Tillis.
Unfortunately, a no lift there on Talon's last bench.
You can hear Brogan's teammates getting loud for him. Starting to get a little bit more energy in the room. I think in a powerlifting meet, because they're so long, you can start with a lot of energy. Sometimes it lulls a little bit during bench, but then it'll pick back up once we get to deadlifts.
You also notice how the teammates make sure that they quiet down when the athlete is about to bench to make sure they can hear their commands.
Yeah, and they do have the referees mic'd out there to try and make it easier for the athletes, but if it's really loud, the teammates could overpower the referee mic, and that would be bad.
A 30-kilo jump here for Nicholas Moore on platform 3. Hit his first at 155 and is now attempting 185 for his second. Fortunately, does not get that this time. An easy third for Sergio on platform 4 after missing his second, came out and make that third fly.
Good lift on platform 4. Two bench attempts remain for this first flight on platform 3.
A really good up there for one on platform 3. Will now on platform 3 with a huge second attempt of 210 kilos, which is 463 pounds. Jackson on platform 3 with a reattempt of 115 after missing it on his second due to both blue and yellow cards from the judges.
A little slow for Hunter on 1, but 3 white lights nonetheless. We'll have to see what that third attempt looks like. Good attempt for Trevor on platform 1. Kind of pacing through the competition here a little bit. These athletes are really just looking to make their bench attempts to just add to their total. They're hoping to deadlift for positions later. Then they want to set themselves up well. The more you bench, the less you have to deadlift to get the spot you might want at the end of the day. Or the more you bench, if you deadlift that same amount, you might place higher than you had initially in the goal. Really easy opener on platform 4 for Jackson. But unfortunately, it will be a no lift for him. Good third attempt, platform 3. Both Caden and the lifter before him electing to just take a 2.5 kilo jump, playing it safe, trying to add to their total just to help them out later.
Probably gonna be called for a little bit of movement. Yep.
And good lift on platform 4. Feels kind of hard to differentiate where the lifters are in the standings right now, just watching the stream, because everybody seems to be in similar ranges in this men's raw 75 kilo mega class. And Noah has a really long fight on platform 3, but it eventually starts to fall, so it's taken. 15 kilo jump didn't work out quite on the day, but I'll tell you what, it wasn't too far because he got it up quite a ways and he held it for a long time, so it's definitely in his range. Amir on platform 2. They gave him yellow cards. I believe he beat the press command. That's what it looked like from the best I can tell and from seeing the referees signal out of the corner of my eye. Like I said, we can't hear the referees necessarily on the live stream back here, but we can kind of see them up in the corner of the screens on the projections behind the lifters. So that's kind of like what we're watching when we're watching the commands. So there is a little bit of a delay on the screen, but
Super easy opener there on platform 4 for Carlos.
we have a 3-miss streak on platform 3 for these third attempts. Can Daniel break it?
Daniel fights insanely hard for that lockout. And we will see what the judges say. It'll be good for Daniel there on platform 3.
Brogan. Third bench attempt over 400 pounds. Small bobble in the middle with the sticking point. But he gets it anyways. 2-1.
A reattempt on platform 3 for Nicholas. Originally jumped 30 kilos from his first to his second. Missed the second and is here to do it again. Unfortunately, that'll be no lift there for Nicholas on platform 3.
Biggest opener of this flight for Janarian, 167.5. Plus 12.5 kilos to the next highest bencher in that flight. Currently seated second. Perhaps he can make up some ground on this bench. Seemed a little shaky on the way down, but the way up was all right. And 3 white lights.
Reattempts on both platform 1 and platform 2. Thomas reattempting 120 and Dejani reattempting 127.5 kilos. That'll be good for Thomas. And it should be good for Johnny as well. And it is.
National record attempt again for Will, who already set one in the squat. Chipping the 217.5 national record currently. He gets it up. It's definitely a struggle. What will the judges say?
It'll be good.
2-1. And we were talking earlier about how that one record stood for 13 years. He did himself one better. That 217.5 record has stood since September of 2012.
Insane, he's out here.
These are tough records. Yeah, I think Angel on 3 is gonna have some blue lights thrown his way. Just one. Okay, good lift.
went on platform 1 with only a 2.5 kilo jump from his last attempt.
That's about right, yeah. Comes through clean but slow. It's a good lift though.
Zachary on platform 4 went up 7.5 kilos after not getting his opener at 135. But it'll be a good lift.
Okay. Platform 4, this was our last second attempt before they moved to their thirds.
wobbly on the chest there for Alexander on platform 3.
Yeah, and what that means is he's just going to have to hold that command longer, because that judge will wait until he stops wobbling before he gives them the press command. You don't actually have to hold for a set amount of time. All you have to do is come to a stop and then go. The hold is the judge realizing you've come to a stop.
Missive commands there on platform 1. Brought it down and immediately bounced it off his chest. Good fight on platform 4, but unfortunately not there. Good lift there on platform 4.
Good lift for Aiden. Nice and clean.
Another good lift there on platform 4.
Platform 3, Christian, yet to make an attempt. Can he amend that with the bench opener? No, he cannot. Saw Garrett on 1. It was a good lift. The head judge gave him a yellow card. You saw him walk past the camera. What he's doing is he's going to go talk to the jury and ask them what the yellow card specifically was for. When you get a yellow card, sometimes you're allowed to go ask the jury what the card was for specifically, because the yellow card, you can ask on any color what specifically it was, but the yellow card in itself has a lot of things under it. So as an athlete, sometimes it's valuable to know, even if the lift was good, but just to know what you can do a little bit better on the next time to convince that judge. Because oftentimes if a judge sees something wrong on your first lift, they're gonna see the same thing wrong on the second lift.
This is our last opening bench on platform 3 with Connor opening at 192.5 kilos, 424 pounds.
Connor, tough at the top specifically, kind of was leaning towards that left side a little bit, almost kind of wanted to roll on the bench, and he's getting those yellow cards from those referees. I am gonna assume that's more of a position change in the body. I don't know if he kind of moved his shoulders a little bit while he was leaning, or his butt kind of came off the bench because of the lean.
Platform 1 right now on a roll with really good openers.
Eyes on platform 2 as they work their way through these third bench attempts with these top seeded athletes for the men's raw 75 kilo weight class. Gonna see some big benching, but these are their third attempts. These are at or near PRs, so they need to put in their absolute maximum effort.
That was a good third lift there on platform 4, which brings out Carlos, who's reattempting 152.5 kilos after missing it on his second. Fortunately, does not get that again. Same thing here with Griffin. He'll be reattempting 155 after not getting it on his second. Griffin seems to be having a little bit of a rough day today. Missed his first and second squat in his second bench. Hoping to turn that around a little bit here with his final bench. Platform 2, hoping to save himself from a bomb out here with his final squat. Excuse me, final bench.
Yeah, he only made one squat, and he needs to make one bench. What do the referees think of that?
It'll be good.
He saves himself.
Platform 4 getting ready for deadlift. They'll have just a little bit of time before they get going on that. Platform 3, LiftingCast is giving some trouble right now. I think they're waiting for the referees to decide who's next in the order. It was initially listed as a lifter. I'd been granted a reattempt, and it looks like maybe he withdrew. We did have a lifter who unfortunately did bomb out on the squats, who elected to withdraw from the competition. What happens at a national meet when you bomb out is you go to the score table and you have to tell them whether you want to continue or not. So some athletes will continue. Some athletes will say, I'm already out of the competition. I can't score for my team. It's my personal opinion that you made the effort to come here unless you injured yourself specifically during bomb outs and you're worried about making that worse, that you should just lower your openers for your other lifts, go out there and let your teammates cheer you on and have some fun. You have nothing else to lose for the rest of the day. Exactly. You've already worked so hard to get to this point. just because you have a bad squat doesn't mean everything else is going to be bad. You might as well go out and show everybody what you've been working on.
Yeah, I mean, powerlifters kind of dream about 1 rep max day, so if you bum out at a meet, I think you should just go 1 rep max your other 2 lifts for fun, because you don't get to do it very often.
It's true. It might be a little easier to convince your coach if it's not really counting towards anything.
Like, no, I don't need extra kilos for my total. I want to...
As we say this is in no offense to any of the athletes that this might have happened to. It's just the reality or a mindset that might go through the athlete's head after they've bombed out.
Yeah, and like I said, there are reasons not to continue. Like if you kind of hurt yourself trying to make that squat, or if something really is bothering you, then you don't want to go do that and be stupid and make it worse. But yeah, in general, I think powerlifting rewards you for effort. So pushing through situations will get you to where you need to be. And also, sometimes you just need to have a bad meet, and that'll make your next one all that much better because it'll motivate you for next time. Garrett fighting on platform 1 side at a time.
One side at a time is technically not illegal. Sometimes it makes it a little bit harder to not have any downward motion.
And they did give that to him, 2-1. And the one judge thought on the side maybe there's a little bit of downward motion, but the other 2 said no, so I'm going with no. And about 5 more minutes, so platform 4, that break's about halfway done. Good fight for Tanner. Tell it was heavy. Does get some yellow cards.
Does seem to be a lot more red lights here today than the athletes are probably hoping for. Not too many are going clean 6 for 6 so far. Blake on platform 3, reattempting 155 after missing his opener. Unfortunately, this 155 will not count towards anything after his squats. But still best of luck to him for the second attempt. And that'll be good.
Got Constantine, platform 1, taking 137.5, 303 pounds. That's a nice bench press right there. Could tell he had good tension through his legs and his upper body.
Christian Garcia on platform 3, also hoping to get the second attempt at 165. Looked pretty smooth. We'll see what the judges say. And that'll be good. Finally getting some white lights on the board there today.
And platform 3 is having that issue with the LiftingCast again. It wants to auto-populate to the attempt at 165 that has been loaded into the system. But the spotters obviously know that that's the wrong weight because they've loaded up already. The LiftingCast has this in as his first attempt, but they're on their second attempt benches, so they can give him the 165 with the progressive loading because he has the higher lot number than the last lifter who did the 165, but they'll need to mark it as a second attempt, I believe.
A slow but very consistent second attempt there for Mason on platform 1. Jaden shifting a little bit on the bench there after his handoff.
And that was a solid press. It's a good lift. And we are ready to go on platform 4 for deadlifts. 2 flights of athletes will get to deadlift still. This is a combination flight of the men's equipped 67.5 and the men's equipped 75 kilo class.
That'll be a good lift on platform 3.
What a fight for Noah on 1. He gets it. It looks slow but clean. They give him 3 white lights for that. Walks off like it was nothing.
Connor on platform 3 here, hoping to hit this 192.5 that he missed on his first attempt.
Yeah, that first attempt he got a call from the 2 side judges, so we know he can do it. He's hit the lift once today, he just needs to clean up the technicals.
Good openers on deadlift so far for platform 4.
hardest lift to make in powerlifting is your deadlift opener, so expect for them to be successful for some while of time.
And that'll be good.
And we're on third attempts on platform 1, and third attempts are tough. See what the judges say for Alberto. They liked it.
Getting started on third attempts here on platform 3. A good fight there for Angel. We'll see what the refs say. It's good.
Isaiah got to retake the 130, looking to add 7.5 kilos after missing that second. You can see his arms shake just holding the bar. That should be a good bench. And it is. Garrett's up next. Went up 5 to 132.5.
Case on platform 3 looking to reattempt 122.5 for his third. is running down his... Just kidding. Our system's a little slow.
Yeah, sometimes the overlay gets behind a little bit. You probably noticed that if you've been watching with us for a while. Steven on 2 being told something by the referee.
Rick on platform 3 also hoping to reattempt, not hoping, he is reattempting 127.5 right now. Fortunately, it is not there.
I think he just went out there before they had called bar was loaded. His clock hadn't started yet, and they told me I had to wait another couple seconds until they got ready. Worth the wait, good opener. For Constantine. Does he get the bench? He does.
Eric Washington Jr. making a 7.5 kilo jump to 142.5. Looks like it should be there, and it is.
You could hear the teammates were happy with that one.
Raging Cajuns are making a lot of noise this weekend for their fellow lifters. A lot closer to home for them, so there's a lot more of them out here making noise.
Yeah, on platform 2, Alexander just missed his opener. He just lost his grip on the bar a little bit. I think next time before he goes out, he'll probably make sure that it's clean, 100% free of that baby powder or anything that might be there. Maybe get a little bit of extra chalk because it moved well. Mason up next on platform 1. He's our athlete, if you remember, that took that reattempt at 207.5 and made it. With that, he sits at 5 for 5 so far, so he'll be looking to make this third bench attempt to keep the hopes and dreams of 9 for 9 alive.
Enrico with a good first deadlift. He has had no red lights on his day so far. Daniel on platform 3 currently under the bar. Missed 147.5 due to either bar path or lockout, and has gone up 2.5 kilos for his third. He made that move pretty well. And that'll be a good lift for him.
And that was a wonderful effort from Noah to make that bench. That'll be a good lift.
Blake hoping to add a couple more white lights to his day today with a final attempt of 162.5.
Yeah, you can see it. That just dropped backwards a little bit. That's going to be that shirt. The shirt came at a weird angle, kind of, I think, for him, and he got the wrong pop off of the chest there. All right, last bench attempt on platform 1. $155 kilos for Christian.
A really good second attempt there on platform 4 by Ty.
Platform 1 will set up for deadlift and take a 10-minute break. Just 3 benches remain on platform 3. Slow and steady, pulls it down. Can't get it, got back up. Tough miss there on the second for Edward. I wonder if he just didn't get a very good wedge and brace off the floor, and that combo kind of got him in trouble from the beginning.
Jaden currently reattempting 175 after missing that for a second. Looked pretty good, and we'll see what the judges say. That is a good lift. attempt for Trey. 222.5 after missing it on his opener. Some downward motion on his pull there on platform 4.
Good second attempt on platform 4. Got about 8 minutes left on platform 3 until they start. Steven did a good job there. Before he lifted, he didn't quite like how the bar was, so he just asked if they could tidy up a spot. And of course, the loading team is happy to do that. That's what they're there for. But it's mature of him to be brave enough to ask and stand up for himself, and then also to go out there and make his lift look amazing. Third attempt deadlift. It's platform 4. Just starting them off. We do have a couple athletes mid-flight who are looking to go 9 for 9 on platform 4. Big deal and would be very impressive to do at the Collegiate National Championships. Looking at a lot of athletes who are forecasted to place in the top 20 or so, top 15 for a couple of them. It's important because if they can successfully get that done, they of course score their team those valuable points. And if you go to scoring.usapowerlifting.com and look at the current scoring rankings, which have not yet been updated as of my last check from this morning's session, but they have been updated through all 3 of yesterday's sessions. You'll see that several of the teams are literally separated by just 1 point. So if they can get 1 more point, maybe 2 more points, or 1 point, a tiebreaker kind of thing, they can easily bump past a couple teams. You see Enrico kind of drops the bar a little bit. Kind of winces, holds his shoulder. Hope he's all right. He does have his opener, so he'll just have to decide what he wants to pull for that third. .247 for Eric. Gets it up, but he locks it out. It's a small bobble. Poses for a picture in the middle. The judges like it. I think on his next attempt, he needs to kind of be mindful, keep that knee in check a little bit. Make sure it's just fully locked out at the top. All right, over on platform 4, we have 2 athletes back-to-back, Ty and Christopher, who are both pulling their 3rd deadlifts attempts, set up, having made all 8 lifts so far, trying to go for 9-9. He got it locked out. What do they think about the path on the way there? No good. Majority decision 2-1. That blue light just kind of be, maybe there's a little bit of up and down, maybe there's a little bit of hitching. I think it might have been more of the hitching, kind of got stuck on his leg there a little bit near the top. Let's see if Christopher can be our first lifter in this flight on this platform to go 9 for 9. He's going to pull 212, take his total from 505 to 522 and a half. Gets that up. It's very clean on the way up. At the top, he holds the bar strong. He leaned back a little bit. Kind of got the spotter off guard. Spotter thought he might tip over, but he did well to maintain his balance, recompose himself, and wait for the down command. And he earned himself a good lift, and he just went 9 for 9 at Collegiate Nationals. Got Josh, platform 2, gonna pull a 255. That's nice. All right, Steven, 1 more. Can he go 9 for 9? Can he make all of his lifts? He does. He makes that lift. Very nice. Goes 9 for 9 and 27 for 27 on white lights. So not a single bobble or waver that left any room for any sort of discontentment from any of the chief referees to give him a light or even leave it up to a majority decision. His decisions were all unanimous. Out 2 minutes out, still on platform 3. Deadlifts have started on platform 1. Working our way through second attempts yet on platform 2.
Talon with a good pull on platform 4, hoping it'll be, fortunately it is not. It's not quite good enough for the judges there. He was caught a little bit on bar path on his way up. Sergio on platform 4, hoping to end his day off pretty well. He's only missed his second bench today. Looks to be a really good pull there. Seems he's excited. And that'll be a good 3 white light pull there for Sergio. Platform 1 has joined us again. And if you're wondering what you've missed all good lifts there. Still on first attempts, but everybody who has gone so far has gotten white lights. We got the Cheeto singlet out for his final lift of the day, attempting 240 after missing his 235. A little crooked, but he gets it up. We'll see what the judges say.
They didn't like the lockout on the last one, but I think they like it there. All right. Last deadlifter of the flight, platform 4, Aaron. Just stuck to the ground. Too much chalk on the floor.
Enrico on platform 2, reattempting 245 for his final deadlift of the night. Rogan wanting the crowd to be a little bit louder here for his opener. Really easy opener. Probably gonna make a big jump after that one.
Third attempt for Justin. 255. Gets it to the top, a little balance issue at the top with the feet kind of moving around a little bit. That blue car is going to be more for supporting on the thighs than anything, in my opinion, because there wasn't any hitching necessarily or up and down, but I think when he locked it out and he leaned back and forth, he kind of had to rest it on his legs in order to catch his balance. Cohen pulling through the top. Oh, so close.
Seeing some good openers over here on platform 3 and 4. Will with a super easy opener on platform 3.
With the quick setup on platform 1, just reaches and pulls, gets a good lift in there.
Got to shock the bar.
Surprise it?
Yeah, the bar doesn't know it's coming.
Doesn't
easier to get off the floor.
Doesn't know it's supposed to be heavy yet?
Exactly.
Okay. It's a very solid lift as well from Brandon. Up next on platform 2 is Josh Zerlot. He's walking up to the bar. Right now, he is your current leader because our second flight has not lifted yet. However, when you if you assume everybody makes their openers in the second flight, he's forecasted that he could still finish in 4th place from the underdog flight. So he needs to make this to set himself up with a big enough total where he's trying to make people pull to pass him. See if he can establish a big number. And that was very, very well done. 3 white lights. Three lifts remain on platform 2, this first flight.
Platform 4 will now be moving into second attempts for our deadlifts. Sorry, I am looking at the wrong section.
It's platform 3 that just moved over.
Platform 3 that just switched to second attempts. That'll be no lift there for Trevor on platform 3 for his second attempt at 220.
Final third deadlift attempt for this group on platform 2. Mason, 277.5 kilos. Pulls through the top. And that is a good lift. And we'll head to that second flight of lifters on platform 2. Hunter set up to pull 225 for his second attempt. Very fast.
little bit of a struggle there on platform 3 for Jackson. Pulled it past the knees, then went down a little bit before locking it out. Will probably be a blue card by the judge. And it is.
Incredible work to pull so cleanly through the top for Brandon. 237 and a half is a good lift. After this second flight finishes their first attempts on platform 2, we'll have a better image of what the potential medal table might look like. Of course, this is the lead platform for the 75 kilo raw class, but there is a whole nother platform with a whole second flight in it as well. So of course anybody from there could sneak up. It's just a lot of them are forecasted really far behind this second flight, so it likely won't change but too much after we determine the rankings at the end of this group.
Platform 4 with beautiful execution of that second attempt at 235. That'll be 3 white lights from the judges there. Timothy on platform 3. Excellent second attempt.
Next on platform 3 is going to be Will. He set the American records earlier today in squat and bench. If he makes this lift, he'll still be your leader, of course. There are 2 lifters who are going to lift after him. Maybe a little bit of a deadlift specialist kind of duo. sits at 808 kilos. He put in a 285, which would give him an 823.5. The current American record total is 820. So if he makes that, he will get himself the total record and break another very old American record, one from 2017 this time. Almost 10 years.
A little bit of a fight there for that lockout on platform 3 by Caden. Fortunately, it will be no lift there for him.
Yeah, a couple different issues. The referees are always usually looking at the same thing, and sometimes when you get different color cards like that, it's just a matter of how they interpret the positioning. Jamie kind of almost had that and just got a little excited at the top, kind of dropped it almost.
Going on platform 3, reattempting his opener of 272.5. And that'll be a good lift there for Vaughn. Mason on platform 4 failed 247.5 and jumped up to 262.5 for his second. He was able to pick that up really nicely, and that's 3 white lights there for Mason.
Second attempt left for platform 4 before we move to those final pulls. 270 for James. That's a good lift over there. Platform 4 has been really successful thus far on deadlifts, so we can only hope they continue that trend into the third attempt.
Grind there for Ignacio, and that will get him 3 white lights for his final deadlift.
Nico does well to hold that at the top. Gets that lift. All right. First deadlift attempts are in. Everybody has a total in this men's raw collegiate 75 kilo division for the top group. Right now, the projected winner is Denarian with he sits with a 707.5 total. In second is projected to be, in second currently is Aiden with a 680 total. So a little bit of a gap, but if Aiden can make all 3 of his deadlifts and Denarian misses, you could have a reasonable jump to pass.
Jackson on platform 3. Failed his 232.5 and is jumping to 240, hoping for a big pull here. Unfortunately, it does not even come off the ground. Looks like that might have hurt a little bit as he gets off the stage. Good fight on platform 4 by Griffin. We'll see if the judges give that to him. And they do, 3 white lights. A really good final pull for platform 4. That was Mason. Fantastic way to end the night.
Yeah, Aiden kind of started to pick that up, and then it looks like he maybe gave up. He kind of grabbed his shoulder there. I think he might be in a little bit of pain. He has to fight at the top. Brogan on 3. And he gets the lift. He celebrates. Trey Murray should get his 2 on 4. Yes, he does.
Henry Moore of platform 1 has had some very interesting setups today, but overall led him to a very good day. He missed 1 bench and 1 deadlift, leaving here 6 for 8. My apologies, I think he missed 1 squat and 1 deadlift, but still leaving here 6 for 8. Good day for him.
What is 6 for 8?
9. Oh my goodness. 7 for 9.
incredible work. For this first flight on platform 1.
Jamie attempting to pull 265 after failing 257 after not even getting it up, and is really hoping to pull all the way through, and he does. It should be a good lift there. It is. He is beyond excited as he leaves the stage.
Thomas, final deadlifter. For the first flight of platform 1, gets to load 5 reds on the bar.
A good lift there on platform 3. A 17.5 kilo jump for Mason on 4th. Unfortunately slips from his hands.
Platform 3, I believe this is a total record pull. And an easy one, apparently. He gets that.
Jump here for one on platform 3 is 22.5 kilos. Fortunately does not have that.
And platform 4 is done for this session as well, so they're just setting up for the next session there. That next evening session that starts tonight will be at 7 o'clock. All right, interesting on platform 2. Jay missed his opener and has gone up 27.5 kilos. He's feeling confident.
Easy opener there on platform 3 for Blake.
loaded up on platform 2. This is our last second attempt, and then we will take our equivalent to medal pulls. That's a good lift.
Another good opener on platform 3 for Logan.
Aiden kind of loses balance at the top there. He still sits in third for now.
That'll be no lift there for Connor on platform 3 with a little bit of movement before the lockout.
But 9 for 9 for Misha on platform 2. More good lifts in general across the board. Jonathan, good opener in over on platform 3. Micah with a 606-pound pull. Jake, 280, trying to add 10 kilos to his total. He has a 270 in the bank. would provisionally pull him up some spots into medal position, perhaps. Oh my gosh, he pulls through. He gets the lift. And for now, he moves into 4th place. Have Evan up on platform 2, solidly in 2nd place. Looking to add kilos to that total right now. 17.5 kilo jump from his 265 for his 2nd.
Really good opening pull there by Eric on platform 3. We have one more opener, and then we will get started on our 2nd attempts for platform 3.
Not 100% sure what the delay exactly is on platform 2. Maybe looking at
A very easy 2nd pull here for Blake Chambers on platform 3.
Jaden looking to amend that last pull. Went up 12.5 kilos.
So Jay on platform 2 really needing this last deadlift so he does not bum out of the meet on his last pull. An unfortunate way to end the meet.
Michael up next is currently in 5th, projected to finish in 3rd, but he made this last lift.
Connor on platform 3 just finished his deadlift, had it up. Looks like he did not wait for his command and was given reds.
Yeah, I think he dropped it a little too early there. Yeah, missed that down command. What a shame. He still sits in 5th. He has the number to beat for a medal. Looking to pull to pass him is Jackson Burnt, who could have but has elected not to put in an attempt change to lower it just to be sure.
$20-kilo jump here for Tucker's second attempt. And he does it with ease.
Johnny took a 25-kilo jump from 275 to 300, missed it. He's got to pull it now. He's trying to pull up into 7th place.
Jaden on platform 3 making a 15-kilo jump. Forecasted first place for his weight class and is currently in 4th. Needing some big pulls to keep that where he's at.
All right, Jackson is up next. He is in 6th. If he makes this pull, that moves him up to 3rd place. Going from off the podium to potentially being an All-American. He made 265. He made 285. Can he make 300? He can. Little bit of a victory lap here for Denarian, adding 25 kilos on. Unofficially, officially your national champion. Nobody's going to pass him. Platform 2 is done for this session. It'll come back for the next session. Top dogs have gone for the men's 75-kilo class, but we still have lifters on platform 1 in the men's 75-kilo class, hoping to crack up a little bit further in the rankings, see what they can do.
Case on platform 3 failed 240 as his opener and has jumped to 255 for his second lift. And he made that jump and he did it well.
You see that Will Eckford is in first place, winning that national title by almost 90 kilos. Crazy.
That is crazy. Eric Washington, 260 right here for his second attempt. He's had a great day so far. And he will be continuing that great day with that deadlift.
Good lift in there. Same for Christian over on platform 1. Good lift. Two more athletes on platform 3. And then medal poles for the men's equipped 67.5 kilo class. Just misses that lockout at the top there.
A nice second there on platform 1. Daniel on platform 3, struggling to find that lockout, but we'll see what the judges say. It'll be good.
All right, that takes us to our third attempt deadlift medal pulls for platform 3. Right off the bat, we're gonna start with a high pressure, critical situation for Connor.
Yes.
Connor needs his third deadlift. If he makes this third deadlift, it pulls him into medal position, at least for now, and forces others to make lifts to pass him potentially for a medal. But if he misses this, he is out of the meet. His team is loud for him, trying to support their athlete under a tough circumstance.
He needs to wait for that down command. He missed it on his last pull. Hold that grip for 3 seconds longer. Hold it. And it'll be good.
He moves into medal position. Right now, he is in third place. Forecasted 5th with everybody's provisional deadlifts in.
A really nice third pull there by Blake. Unfortunately, that third lift is not there for Tyler. Tucker pulling here to try to move from 10th to 8th place.
Jaden is your current leader. Here to pull 235. And he extends that lead. Expect to see an attempt change from Daniel later in the fight. Jaden ended with a 677.5 kilo total. Daniel's 285 attempt selection gives him a 675. So I expect that to get bumped up, assuming that he doesn't have to defend that second place from any of the athletes before him. Up next in 6th place, would stay in 6th place even with this lift.
A beautiful grind and lockout there on platform 1 for Mason for his final attempt. And that'll be 3 white lights for him.
But faster at the top for Alexander, and he gets that lift. All not looking to pass anybody currently. He's looking to add to his total, to extend that fourth place and force another lifter but to potentially pull more to pass him.
Great third pull for Ryan on platform 1. That'll be no lift there for Rick on platform 3.
All right, this is an American record attempt for Eric Washington Jr. The current American record is 273. He's going to 1 kilo it and take 274. This record has stood for 6 years. And he gets that to the top, and he gets the down command. That'll be a new American record there. But wait just one moment, because Daniel's gonna try and take it from him.
This lift will also move Daniel from second to first if he is able to pull this.
The stakes are high. Can Daniel make 290 and walk away as the men's equipped 67.5 kilo national champion and an American record holder? His clock is running. Unfortunately not there today. He does still walk away as your silver medalist and an All-American at this year's Collegiate Nationals. And that concludes our lifting on platforms 3 and 4. Final standings for your men's equipped 67.5 kilos. Gold medalist, Jaden. Silver medalist, Daniel. Bronze medalist, Eric. And then your 4th and 5th place finishers, also winning a medal, is Connor and Case. And also as well, your men's equipped 75 kilo final results.
First place, we've got Will. Your silver medalist is 1. 3rd place, taking home bronze, is Timothy. And then 4th and 5th, also taking home medals, are Brogan and Trevor.
All right, please come back and join us again for the next session on platforms 3 and 4. We have a couple lefts remaining on platform 1 that we will finish up.